Okay. It's start this regular meeting of Board of Trustees, Venus Independent School District on July 18th. It is 7 o'clock, and we have a quorum. And if everybody please stand. Gerald, will you leave us an invocation?
Yes, sir. Dear Lord and Father, we come here tonight, just thank you for this chance to be here, Lord. Would ask you would be with each and every one that is here tonight, Lord. Would ask, Lord, as we get ready to start this year, Lord, it should be with our students, it'd be with our teachers, Lord, and that your presence will just be here all over watching them, Lord, and keeping them safe. Would ask that you'd be with us tonight in this meeting, Lord. Just help us make decisions that'll help the kids and this community, Lord. Thank you for giving your son to die on the cross. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Everybody turn the flag, I'll lead the invocation. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, welcome everybody. Let's see. All right, we're going to go to, right off the bat here, item number 4. Let's see, why does that keep squealing? Yeah. I'm going to go to item number 4, presentation of campus reports. Who wants to start? Primary? All right.
Oh, that's right. All right. So enrollment. So last year we ended the year with 440 students. Right now we've enrolled about 67 total new students. Now that's more today since we've been out for the last week. So our class sizes are growing. So it's exciting. We hosted summer school in June. We had bilingual ESL. We had 27 kindergarten and pre-K students. And then we invited kindergarten and first grade students for extra support. And we had 68 students come just to get extra academic support. So it was a great time. And then, well, it won't scroll down. We participated in the summer library program. And so our students got to go twice a week over there. They were bussed over and able to check out books and enjoy those library participation days on Tuesday. And then I know I can't see it, it's not scrolling. There we go. I know I have staffing update. So right now, all we're lacking at the primary school is a counselor and then a bilingual position. So that will be either pre-K or kindergarten.
Okay. We ended the year with 634 students, and when I checked this, we had enrolled 1, so I do not have an updated number for that, but I know we have enrolled more students since I sent in the board report. This summer we had teachers from different grade levels working with Anne-Marie on curriculum guides for the upcoming school year, which will help them put all of their resources together and have one place that they can look for resources at, which will be amazing. We also had summer camp from June 6th through the 23rd. We had a total of 131 students who came throughout the 3 weeks. We also had, for the very first time, a social skills camp for our students who have that need, and it went amazing. And it also is going to help some of our kids transition from the primary to the elementary school. Some of our 5th graders already started work on their House Bill 4545 hours that are required by the state for Mrs. Buck. And then I included a bunch of pictures from summer camp, making s'mores, playing with chalk outside and doing math facts, different activities that they had. And then if you look at the very bottom of your report, when the bubble truck came to the library, you might be able to spot Mr. Hopper in the bubbles. And he didn't come just once. He came twice that I know of to the bubble truck. So he had a great time.
If you haven't tried it, kids have fun.
All right. So at the middle school, we are still trying to do some hiring. We still have open positions. Hopefully, we made 2 more offers today. Hopefully, we will hear back from those quickly. We did summer school. We were working on House Bill 4545 for the high school with our 8th graders, and we had a good turnout for that. Let's see. We competed in TSA, and so I have a lot of pictures here from that competition. You can see in the top picture, that's all of the kids that competed, and that's the largest number we've ever taken to nationals. That's middle school and high school students. We have those results, but we're saving those till the next board meeting, and we're going to have the kiddos here. We took our ESL teachers and myself and Miss Alvarez, we went to Avid Excel training. And so that is something we are going to put in place with our ESL students to get them on that same Avid track. From that, and I didn't put this in the board report because I turned that in before this, but from that, we also made some decisions about sixth graders and starting some Avid classes with the sixth graders to help provide some support for them for that transition from fifth grade to sixth grade. We had over 40 kids competing at nationals, and we did pretty well this year. And then we have continued to look for a math tutoring program to work with our kiddos with House Bill 4545. When we looked at the data of what we did last year, reading was much more successful than math, and so we were looking for some other options. I think we have made some decisions on what we're going to use with that, but we've been investigating those programs. So that's all I got.
I want to introduce to you Mr. David Johnson. He's our new high school principal. Mr. Johnson, have you been doing anything?
I don't actually start till the 23rd officially, so it feels like I've been doing a lot, though.
But you've been getting warmed up?
I've been getting warmed up. I know there's some people at my campus that are tremendous workers. Miss Renner, Miss Owens, new counselor Miss Tuttle, even with some staffing issues and other challenges this year, they've pretty much got a working schedule already ready to go. So I'm very impressed with the work that they've got going on. Hopefully next month I'll have a full report. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 6. I'm sorry here. Item number 5. Did anybody sign up? No? Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go to item number 6, presentation of Child Nutrition Department report. Tina?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to go over, Mr. Hubbard asked that I go over a little bit about the reimbursement and the reason behind me wanting to go ahead and up meal prices, the paid meal prices for our next school year. And so basically I put together a little reimbursement comparison. And I'm going to read off of this, and y'all can look up here. But basically, in school year 21-22, which is the year we are just come out of, we served at breakfast 65,795 meals. Our reimbursement rate was at 2.6050, which we brought in the 171,395.75. Our reduced underneath that was 5376. And if you'll notice, times the same reimbursement rate. We were in a program called SSO, Summer Seamless Option, which was an actual something that TDA let us do due to a piece of COVID, which gave us the opportunity to do a summer meal using the higher reimbursement rate, but still using the NSLP meal pattern. So anyway, and then our paid meals last year at breakfast was 55,725 times that same reimbursement rate. So if you see what we made there at breakfast, it was over $330,000. Now for 22-23, let's say the same amount of people ate. So at free breakfast, if you'll notice, the 65,795 times the new reimbursement rate, which is lower, will bring you up to the 157. The reduced underneath that, the paid underneath that. Looking at your full reimbursement of $187,984.64. If you look at the difference of that, that is $142,000 just in reimbursement less for next school year than this school year. And it's all due because of that reimbursement. Now, when the real money jumps into play is at lunch. If you'll take those lunch reimbursements and look at their numbers for your free, reduced, and paid, that's the amount of lunches served times the reimbursement rate, the $4.5625. That was also reimbursed at the free, reduced, and paid level, bringing in that $1,179,666.19. And if you go to this year, 22-23, and you'll see how much money is going to be lost this year because of the reimbursement rates are so much lower. Okay, the difference of that would be the total reimbursement would look like $732, $692.32, and actually how much less money we'll make is at $777,537.72. Well, that sounds scary. However, we're not used to making the money that we made in 21, 22. That's one thing, okay? We'll be going back to what in our range of what we would normally make. So it's really not that scary. That's a time I think that y'all probably know. I came in here asking for another, $400,000, $500,000 to spend. That was because I needed to spend that money because we made that much extra this year, and that has to be spent by August 31st. So that was the purpose of that. Okay, also go down to the next part of it. It says year 21, 22. There were no paid and reduced meal prices. So last year, since everybody ate free, no one paid any money. There wasn't any, paid meals or reduced meals. This year, we're back to the old way of doing things, back to the grind, and there will be paid meals. That's required from TDA. So if I look at what I want to go up to this year is if you look at your primary and elementary school, for the last 2 years, if you notice that says 1920, we have not raised meal prices, okay? And I want to take each grade level up, or each level up, at 10 cents, which means when the middle school at 305 would go to 315, the high school at 310 would go to 320. Now, that's not going to make us a lot of money, but you'd be surprised on those meals, at least what that could help to bring back up some difference that happened at the top, okay? That went, and then what I also done on my paid meals, we had an extraordinary amount of pay. I can't see and talk at the same time. We had an extraordinary amount of paid meals last year. That was because they were free. And parents were probably saying, hey, let's take advantage of this. Okay? Next school year, that's not going to be so. So what I did is on my paid meals, I literally took off 20%. I'm saying at least 20% of those people, those kids, will not eat paid meals next year that ate this year. I hope that's not so. It'd be great if they ate. But I'm just being realistic based off of data from the past. Okay? So basically, that would bring us in at $286,855.80. So if you put all that together and then I reduce price underneath that, that's 40 cents. It's been 40 cents and probably will remain that. I think it's been that way as long as I can remember. And you would bring in the $4,132.40. Then underneath that is our a la carte for 22-23. We brought in $162,290.50. A la carte would be an extra piece of pizza. That would mean your kids come and bought chips or a water at your snack bar, whatever. So that's what that money would be for. I'm going to minus 20% off of that as well, because a lot of these kids spent their money that they might have been paying for a meal last year on a la carte. This year, they may have to spend that money on their meal and not get to buy a la carte. So putting this budget together this year was quite difficult than normal due to the scenarios at hand. Also, one of the reasons for the meal price increase is some of our food prices with our Region 10 co-op went up 10%, just on food cost alone. Also, as we all know, the delivery fees for gas have went way up. So we've got to find the way to, to make that money for there. And another thing to the budget too is we will be serving 4 less days this year than we did last year. So that'll probably knock off almost $40,000 in just those 4 days. So, okay, so putting all that together, basically we're looking at maybe a total of $1,183,241.52. These are not exact numbers. Still playing with the budget just a little bit. I think we pretty much have that set. So far in the years that I've been here doing this as a director, I've never sold us down the tube yet, but I told Mr. Hopper, this could be the year. This could be, so because literally there were a lot of things that I had to consider to put this budget together. So, and basically that's why I want to raise the meal prices. Again, we haven't raised them in 2 years, and at 10 cents, that's not a lot. It's something, and it's something for those parents that have to pay it. But I feel like that's in the best interest of the district and the child nutrition budget. And one other thing I did want to tell Mr. Hopper, I might will tell them as well. I know all the principals have bought in and well understand that last year, because we did not do free and reduced lunch applications. We didn't need to, everybody was free. This year, it's back to doing free and reduced lunch applications. Well, we've been free for years for breakfast in the district, but not lunch. So all of these parents probably, because they were free last year, probably are going under the assumption, unless we tell them something, that they're free again next year. And my fear is they'd come to school on day 1 and eat at the paid price, come to school day 2 and eat at the paid price, and day 3 get an emergency meal or an alternate meal, which just freaks me out. So I want to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to let every parent know that new free and reduced applications must be submitted and approved this year. So we are taking that to the back to school bash on Saturday. They can do it there as well. Shelley has put it out on the registration where you can fill it out there with a note letting them know in big bold letters. You know, if you need free meals for your children, now's the time to apply. I think that Stephen has put it on the website, on the Facebook, and it's also on the child nutrition page. We will also be sending a letter home the first day of school for that as well. So, any questions?
What about the all-call? Is that what it's called? The all-call?
Yes, and that's another thing we're gonna do. I have set it up with nutrition, and people may get tired of it, but I told Mr. Hopper, I'd actually rather see people get tired of it than not hear it at all. So on Wednesdays, I will be sending out a text message to all students in the district with the information, the necessary information. And on Sunday nights, they'll be doing an all-call from here. And that'll go on from now to the time school starts. We just want to get that message out. It's only fair to the parents and only fair to the kids. So,
Now, is it still breakfast free or?
breakfast is still
okay,
free. Yes, ma'am, that still remains the same. Yep.
You had mentioned up higher, the 777, that number that, you know, it's so huge, but that's not the normal amount. What was the normal amount before? What does that look like?
Last year, it was the same prices as your last year. Basically, for your free student, it was $4 and 6.25. This year, it's going to be $3.80. You see the difference? That's why we're losing so much money. Look at your paid.
No, what I was talking about is that $777,000. You had said that's, you know, because that number looks so huge, but you were saying that wasn't the normal. It's because of the.
In times past,
Yeah.
what would that
The
normal be
difference.
close to? Of course, that's going to depend on from year to year, depending on how many people participate, how many meals are served. But over the $1 million mark, 1,200,000, something like that. Yeah. So we're going to come back in close and to where we came in. Yeah, I still don't think that this will be a problem due to how much money we had to spend this year. I still think we'll be okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so going to item number 7, presentation of summative report for campus improvement plans and district improvement plan.
And I'm not gonna drag you through all of these. You sure? No. At the end of each year, we have to go in and assess, and we've given quarterly reports throughout the year just to give you an idea of how we're tracking and moving forward. At the conclusion of the school year, the campuses as well as the district plan, we do a summative evaluation, which is just the earmark of, did we accomplish it? Did we not? Do we need to modify? Do we need to adjust moving forward? And so each of the campuses did their summative reports. We met as a district committee and did our district report. And so this is going to be the basis of what we use in August, moving into September, for the establishment of next year's plans moving in that direction. And so there will be some adjustments made in regards to some of the items that we said we were gonna do this and this and this and this. We may have fell a little bit short, so we'll adjust that. So it directly reflects what we're trying to do at the campus and the district level. Any questions in regards to the plans?
Thank you, sir. On On to item number 8, presentation of Lone Star Governance Quarterly Progress Report. Let's see. What did I do with mine?
Well, while we're getting ready for that, the quarterly progress report, like I'd mentioned to several of you, this is we have certain accomplishments that a board will make, and as a board changes personnel sometimes, and sometimes it has nothing to do with the change of personnel. It just, things happen and fluctuate within board cycles. One of those is that, we do a time tracker. How much time are we spending on student performance, and how much time are we spending on other things? This has been one of those odd years, the last 3 or 4 months, more so than any other. So we spent more time on some issues that otherwise we wouldn't normally. So that throws us into a different reflection on this. Doesn't mean that the board is going down. What it means is this is an accurate reflection of where we were, and it helps us to set new goals. So anyway, we've worked real hard. We've got to the meets level pretty quickly, and now we've gotten to the master's level back in May, and so now we're at a point where we can have the opportunity to regain that master's level in the next quarter. So, are we ready?
I think we're ready. Tasha, you want to start out?
Vision and Goals 1, the board has adopted student outcome goals. Team members Tasha Gore and Greg Hoffman. Previous quarter, Masters Focus 15. Current status meets Focus 12. Next quarter target is Masters Focus 15. Vision and Goals 2, the board has adopted goal progress measures, GPMs, aligned to each student outcome goal. Team members Tasha Gore and Greg Hoffman. Previous quarter, Masters Focus 15. Current status meets Focus 12. Next quarter target, Masters Focus 15. Vision and Goals 3, the board has adopted constraints. Team members Tasha Gore and Amber Dady Crafton. Previous quarter, Masters Focus 10. Current status meets Focus 9. Next quarter target, Masters Focus 10. Vision and Goals 4, the board has adopted superintendent constraint progress measures. Team members Tasha Gore and Amber Dady Crafton. Previous quarter, Masters Focus 5. Current status meets Focus 4. Next quarter target, Masters Focus 5.
Okay. You want to read this? Okay.
Progress and accountability is 1, the board invests at least half its time to improve student outcomes. Team members are Gerald Leonard, Amber Dady, and Joe Russell. Previous quarter, Focus meets 12. Current status meets Focus 12. Next quarter target is Master Focus 15. Progress and accountability 2, the board evaluates but does not interfere with the progress towards improving student outcomes. Team members Gerald Leonard, Amber Dady, and Joe Russell. Previous quarter is Masters Focus 5. Current status is Masters Focus 5. The next quarter target is Master Focus 5.
Systems and process, the board operates in a way that allows the superintendent to accomplish the vision. Team members Kirby Sansom and Joe Russell. Previous quarter was Meet Focus 12. Current status is Meet Focus 12. Next quarter target is Masters Focus 15.
All right. Okay. If you want, I'll do this one. That's fine. Advocacy and Engagement. The board promotes the vision. Team members Kirby Sampson and Chad Sutton. Previous quarter meets Focus 9. Current status approaches Focus 3. Next quarter target meets Focus 9. And we'll go to synergy and teamwork. The board works collaboratively, can't even talk, with the superintendent to lead toward the vision. Team members Greg Hoppin, Gerald Leonard, Chad Sutton. Previous quarter meets 10. Current status approaches Focus 3. Next quarter target meets Focus 9. Oh man, I think we made it. Whew. All right, so that completes our Lone Star Governance Quarterly Progress Report. And Wasn't anything else we had to read on the leave, so.
No, sir.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go on to item number 9, presentation of student growth performance update.
Hello. So we have star performance data that you have in front of you, and I have a little bit more information on the growth for each grade level. So we're just looking at the 2 years before the COVID shutdown and the year of online school where we did not have a star. So 2020 there was no star test because we were not in school for the star test, and then 2021 was the end of the year where half the students were online for half the year. So 2 years before that, and then last year and this year. So we're looking at the first few slides. We're just looking at grade level, how the grade level did from year to year. And then we'll look at the cohort group, so how a class did across the 4 years. So you've got third grade reading there. You can see like the bits of decline, but then the improvement this past year, which is great.
So we see that in each one of those,
Mm-hmm.
each one of those levels.
Yes. So what the trend here is that from the year 2018 to the school year 18-19, there was a little bit of a dip across many grade levels. And then when they came back from being online for half a year, there was a bigger dip across most grade levels. But then this past year, when we return to somewhat of a normal school year, we see an increase across most grade levels, except for the handful that we talked about last month. So, and again, fourth grade, we saw really great improvement in fourth grade. And when we look at that cohort, that class, you'll see the same progress. Fifth grade, there tends to be an improvement from fourth to fifth grade, and then there tends to be a drop from fifth grade to sixth grade, which again we'll see on the cohort analysis.
But again, we tend to see a discrepancy between reading and then, of course, the math
Mm-hmm.
in each of those.
Yep.
Want to give us a little bit of background on some of this? 'Cause
There's a lot of information. The grade level data is interesting, but it's really the cohort group that tells you more, because you're looking at how you're looking at last year's students compared to this year's students, compared to the students 2 years ago, where it's really the growth that an individual student makes that really speaks into their performance. So it says more to look at the cohort group to see how did this group of students do across the 4 years. Where are the trends of increase and decrease? This one you're looking at right here, 8th grade Algebra 1. So those are honors math students at the middle school. And so we expect to see all of them at least approach the standard on the algebra test in 8th grade. And so with the exception of 18-19, you can see that we did that. This past year, though, we had an increase. They all met the standard, which is great. And I think we were just short one who didn't master the standard. And then 8th grade reading, if you want to go back up just a little bit. Just like with 5th grade, we tend to see an improvement in 8th grade. Lots of people have theory that it has to do with that. Those were the 2 student success initiative grades, and if you didn't pass, you had to take it again and take it again, and or you couldn't move on to the next grade level. There's really no proof for that. But 8th grade tends to do, there tends to be an increase in 8th grade. So you can see those high scores across 8th grade, and then this past year, we saw an increase from last year. Okay, go ahead.
Just overall, Dr. Morgan, I'm asking, I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Sure.
Here. Okay. How long is it going to take us to get back to pre-COVID?
Well, in several grade levels, we are at pre-COVID.
Yeah, I know we are in some, but some of those we are not too.
So we're going to have to look at each grade level and then each group. In math, we've seen this year that we've been making growth all year, but when it came to performance time, there were still some gaps in skills. And so in math, especially in the middle years, those students are going to need more support. So as our younger students come up, those gaps are quicker to fill. So we should see our elementary scores increase significantly over the next couple of years. We should see those level out. And so we can be talking about realistic goals of 80, 85, 90% of our students approaching the standard, and then 50, 60, 75% meeting the standard. And so over elementary school, that should be the case over the next 2-3 years. So as that's happening, the kids who are older, of course, they're getting older, and they're going to graduate eventually, right? So when they are going to catch up is hard to say. So this year, if you want to scroll back down just a little bit to 7th grade, sorry, scroll back up. We know that 7th grade, that group of students was struggling. They're not going to catch up next year. Their 8th grade scores are not going to go from under 40% approaching the standard to 90% next year. We've got to look at who is missing what skill, and that's where strategies like blended learning come into play. That's where the Bulldog Plus period, where we provide accelerated instruction, that's where that comes into play. Getting those students the extra support, the extra practice on the skills that they're missing. That's not direct 8th grade math content. We can't not teach them 8th grade content this coming year. Otherwise, they don't have a chance of passing the 8th grade math STAR test. So we have to fill in the gap and stop the gap with whatever methods that we can.
We have to plow forward in the curriculum, and at the same time shore up the holes that we already have.
Exactly, and that's the whole premise behind accelerated instruction. It's not about trying to go back and remediate what they missed in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. It's trying to accelerate what they need to learn to catch up to where they're supposed to be this year. And so that is the goal behind the programs that we talk about, like Imagine Math, Dreambox Math for middle school, Math 180 for middle school, accelerated instruction for middle school. That is the goal of those programs.
So when you say, we're not going back to pinpoint, so if they're consistently not meeting 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but we're only targeting what they're missing in 5th just to pass the 5th grade, are we not going to continue to have gaps in the 3rd, the 4th, if we're not backing all the way up to where we see the deficit begin?
That's a good question, and I think I may not have said that clearly. Just want to make sure to clear up that misunderstanding. It's not that we don't go back and address the gaps that they are missing in 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade. So let's say we had a group of 8th graders, and we thought, you know what, where they missed was 5th and 6th grade, so we need to go back and reteach 5th grade math. Well, that takes a year to reteach 5th grade math. So in the meantime, now they're losing 8th grade math, and so they're going to fall even more behind. So what we have to do is look at the students individually, and that's where our MAP growth assessment comes in. It helps us. What skills are they missing? So this student might be missing experience or knowledge or understanding of fractions. Well, they start learning fractions in 3rd grade. Okay, so there's some 3rd grade skills, some 4th grade skills, some 5th grade skills that student needs. But this kid sitting right next to him might be fine with fractions. They just cannot wrap their head around long division. Okay, well, that's a 5th grade skill. So if we were to try to go back and reteach all of 4th grade, for example, to those students, because some missed 3rd and neither of them are getting what they need. So that's where the individualized, the personalized, the data, like that's where all of that comes into play. So a single teacher in 46 minutes can't provide that much instruction for every single student. And so that's where the extra supports come in.
So I do have a question. So if I know we do the accelerated learning during the summer for the STAR tests specifically, but why are we not doing a summer school for kids that are just below? Some kids don't take tests very well anyway, but I mean, so if we have kids that we know that have a deficit in math or reading or something, why are we not offering summer school for that instead of just preparing for the STAR test? Because some are not going to get it
Capacity.
regardless.
It's capacity. If we had the personnel to do that, we would do that.
So with,
I'm sorry, is that a group of kids that maybe you're referring to, is that a large, would that be a large group of kids? I mean, that would be I don't know how many,
So
that cohort would, a group
So when
of
we
kids.
look at a group of 7th grade, for example, there were 175, 180.
176, I believe, 7th graders.
So 176 7th graders who are not going to be 8th graders, and not even 40% of them approach the standard. So that's over 90 students just in that 7th grade who need the
Okay.
accelerated instruction.
So, but we only do summer school from like 8 to noon, correct?
Yes.
So you're saying capacity because we need the educators to be here to teach. So, and I know everyone's probably going to hate me for saying this, but I mean, if we broke it up into groups, maybe having them here like first some in the morning, some in the afternoon, and doing it that way, we would be able to get more students in.
I think that's definitely something to write down and think about how we can accommodate students for next year. The capacity issue tends to be the instructors. So we do want to have certified teachers providing that accelerated instruction because they're going to understand the content better. And so if you only have 10 teachers who can work summer school, it just becomes a puzzle to try to fit all those pieces together. So unfortunately, across the state, what school districts have to do is prioritize and make decisions based on what has to happen and what they can do in response.
so if we're talking about prioritizing and making stuff have to happen, so we're talking about map testing, right? So we're not just talking about reteaching 5th grade, right? We're identifying kids who will take fractions, right? We know that's a 3rd and 4th grade skill, but because of capacity, we can't individualize that. So if we're just using accelerated instruction just for the STAR, I think is kind of what we're getting at is if we're already like, do we do an accelerated instruction? Like how are we caring for those students who we know have individualized gaps?
So it's not just accelerated instruction that we use, and we don't use accelerated instruction just to prep for the STAR test. So our teachers are being trained and in the process of being trained in blended learning strategies, which really the heart of blended learning just means using computer resources to personalize learning. So our classroom teachers are working on that to do those things on a daily basis. And so they're looking at data, they're trying to figure out, okay, if I'm about to teach Unit 2 and these are the concepts that I need to make sure students master in Unit 2, the map test tells them, okay, these students are ready. These students have gaps here. These students have gaps here. So they know who to pull for small group, who to make sure is using their computer software program to help fill in some of those gaps, who to ask to stay after school for tutoring, and then who to make sure is getting that right practice just at different times during the day, whenever they can.
One of the things that this has come up, of course, as a priority for all of us at this point, and that is the remediation point. Because even though in several places our kids are growing, we still need to grow as compared to even other districts. And so that's one of the things that we have to do. Because our kids have got to be competitive for scholarships, our kids have got to be competitive in the job market and for everything. So that being said, one of the things that we have to do as a district is this very thing, take a look at how are we going to identify them. And it's not, as she said, just for the STAR test. This is kids that have these other issues. Excuse me. Because we've got a lot of makeup to do, just like everybody else does, but we certainly have our share as well. So that's something that we do have to get creative with as we start our school year.
Absolutely.
And if that means, again, that comes back to summer school, that comes back to all sorts of tutorials that we do, whether they're mandated or not. This is what we do. It's called personalized learning.
So let's go ahead and scroll down to the high school scores. So we saw English 1 we saw a slight dip from last year. And before COVID, there had been a dip and then an increase and then a dip. And then if you want to go down to English 2, we've seen steady improvement in English 2. And so there's some maturity there as they come to be sophomores. They mature a little bit. English 2 is it's really just a slightly more complex version of English 1. So English 1 is very different from 8th grade. And so there's some things happening there. But then English 2, it's like they get to try again just with 10th grade level text instead of 9th grade. And then Algebra 1, and so these are our students who are in a regular academic track for math, and so they're taking Algebra 1 as 9th graders. And so you can see that dip is a direct reflection of the learning, the instructional loss over the past couple of years. And then biology, we saw a slight dip. The end last year, our biology students had one teacher trying to teach all of the students, and then some were online and some weren't online. And so we see that slightly reflected in that dip. And then this year we had 2 full-time teachers, and we see their scores go back up. So the teacher is really important in these scenarios. U.S. history, we have tended to have strong U.S. history scores. These are junior level students taking the test. And again, there's that maturity factor. There's a lot of information involved. And so they've also had some of that in 8th grade. They tend to do better as juniors. Okay, so then this is the cohort group. And this starts at the highest levels of our students going down the grade levels. So this is our current junior class, so our incoming junior class. They only have one more STAR test to take. That's the U.S. history test. So they have taken reading. Since 3rd grade, we see their 6th grade data, their 6th to 7th grade data. And then they're as 9th graders, you can see they dipped. That was the end of the COVID time. And then they came back up as 10th graders. Okay, and then you can see their math performance. So again, they have that 5th to 6th grade dip, an increase in 8th grade, and then we can see the 9th grade year that was a struggle for them for algebra. So this is our current sophomores. This was last year's freshmen. And again, last year's freshmen, they did take a 5th grade science test, 8th grade science, and then their 9th grade biology EOC. So they had some steady increase there. Okay, this was last year's 8th graders. So they did take a 5th grade science star. Then they had 2 years of disruptions, and then they took 8th grade science. Again, last year's 8th graders, this is their reading performance since 4th grade. So you can see that increase from 4th to 5th grade, which tends to be a trend. They took a dip. They did not have 6th grade scores because there was no test that year. My guess is there would have been a slight dip from 5th grade, maybe not as low as the dip that they had in 7th grade, but then they saw some improvement for 8th grade. And then again, last year's 8th graders in math. So they had that improvement from 4th to 5th grade. They definitely struggled after the instructional loss, and then they did make a little bit of a recovery for 8th grade math. Not as high as 8th grade math scores in the past. And then this is our group of 7th graders. So you can see they really struggled last year after having 5th grade at home at the end of the 5th grade year at home, and then 6th grade with all of the closures and disruptions. So you can see they regrouped a little bit in reading. Okay, and then you can go down and see their progress in math. And they've had a steady decline in math, which is again why we really want to get at what's going on with each individual student. And then this past year, 6th graders, so they will be 7th graders this year. They had that increase from 3rd to 5th grade, even with the 2 years of instructional loss, and then they took a dip for 6th grade. Okay, but in math, they had slight improvement from 3rd to 5th grade. They missed their 4th grade test, and just a small dip in 6th grade, which is pretty good. And then this is 5th graders. So these are students who are about to transition to middle school. And we are already looking at what supports do those sixth graders need so that we don't see that decline. Because you can see they've made some great improvements since fourth grade. They did not take a third grade STAR test. They struggled last year, but they made really great improvement. And so we're working to make sure that the incoming sixth graders who need that additional reading support get it, and if they need additional math support. So we're looking at students who are still below grade level. And then that same group of students, their math progress. And then this is our fourth grade students that did fairly well last year after missing a lot of third grade, and then made really incredible growth for fourth grade. And then we can see the same thing in math. And that is the last group, because then we just had our third graders and there's nothing to compare to. So in each grade level, we do see that a good number of students are meeting or exceeding the expected growth in the STAR. So that's a different progress measure than what we've been looking at all year. We get that from the state, and we only get it once a year, whereas in our MAP growth, we can monitor that throughout the year. So just for example, our group of seventh graders that we've been talking about a lot tonight, 86% of them actually achieved expected or accelerated progress in one of the content areas. So even though their scores, their performance scores might make you cringe, they have made growth compared to where what was expected of them this year. So there are good things happening across these grade levels.
Where do we stand with like other like size school districts with their growth against our growth? How do we look there? How do we compare?
So I don't know that we saw the growth. We saw performance. And there's definitely some room for improvement across the board. Mr. Moore, do you remember that off the top of your head? Okay. Yep. So the state puts us like in a cohort with similar districts, and we were not at the top, but we were not the last. So that's good.
So everybody should have. Yeah. This is one of the things that we've provided for the meeting. So if you will take a look at the long sheets, and so what you'll see in the first one, the first page, that is Johnson County schools, and those are some Johnson County schools. And you can now this is all tests on the first page, and so it's a big conglomerate. So you don't see, this is everybody, and so each column, the first column is approaches, the next column is meets, and the next one's masters, or approaches and above, meets and above, and a masters. And so as far as all the kids and how they did, every one of us in the county were, within about 10 to 12 points, with the exception of we had Joshua that was considerably higher. So that was everybody as far as their passing rates. Like I said, comparatively speaking, we've got some room to make up. Then you go to meets and above, and one of the things that that we are focusing on at this point is the higher level skills. Okay, so we're looking at meets and above and the masters. So it's not enough to say that we have to get everybody passing. Okay, but that's where it really shows up even more, is in the masters and the meets level. Then you go to the next page. The next page this is when it breaks it down. And so what we did was we pulled and looked at this first one is elementary school. So that's a campus type. And then we looked at, we want to compare ourselves to not just the schools around us, but those schools in the state that are about our size and that match us as far as economically disadvantaged, because that's probably your number one demographic that's going to tell the difference. So those campuses are about our size and that look like us. So this one is elementary school reading. And so you can see we're on the bottom line of each one of these, just so it's easy to see. We're in the blue row. So these are schools that are about our size and about our demographic, and approaches, and then meets, and then masters. And still yet, you can see that, that our higher level emphasis needs to increase quite a bit, okay? So one of the things that, that we don't want to ever happen is that we have, as they say, the soft bigotry of low expectations. Our kids ought to academically go toe-to-toe with anybody. So the next one, you can see mathematics, and you can see once again the same thing. Schools about our size for elementary, and what that looks like for approaches, meets, and masters. The page after that is middle schools, and some of them are called junior highs, about our size, and reading. And you can see where we compare there in each one of those levels as well. Next one after that is middle schools, and that's in math. And you can see where we compare there in approaches, meets, and masters. And that was an interesting one there. We compare pretty favorably, or at least competitively, in approaches and somewhat in meets. But then when you look at masters, you see where we are. Once again, we've got to get those top kids there. Then we go to high school. It was a little harder to find the number, and this is across the state of Texas. So we entered in the data, 600 to 800 students, and 70 to 75% economically disadvantaged. And once again, approaches, meets, and masters, and that's Algebra 1. That's Algebra 1. Next page is biology. You can see where we are there.
Algebra 1 is what, freshman, is that right?
Typically, yes, ma'am. Okay. The next one is English 1. And this is one that this reflects reading and our writing as well. So we can see how we compared there. We're going to have to, in order to get more schools in here, we'll just simply have to expand our numbers, and so we'd have to take a wider swath of schools to look at. But this is how this pulled up. The next one's English 2. You can see we were, how we compared there. It's very few schools here, so it's hard to really make a good comparison. Last, and then we go to U.S. history for high school. And you see those numbers and how we compared. And the last two, these are elementary school math and reading. Is that a repeat? Okay. Okay, so the last two are, okay, all right. So that's some comparison data. We pulled one sheet that had good night. I don't know how many schools were on there, but you couldn't really even read it. So we tried to make this something that was very readable.
Well, we were trying to do a comparative study as far as how we figured in a region 11, and oh my, there's a lot of schools in region 11, so it was like reading the extra. But any of that data that in comparison to like similar schools, like Mr. Hopper said, we can broaden that swath a little bit. There's a program that it does all the demographic stuff, and so we can slice it and dice it however you want to see it.
The bottom line is, so what we need to do is we focus on students' individual growth, and that's a great thing to focus on because that's ultimately what's important. But what is just as important too is that our kids are academically competitive with everybody. So those are our goals.
One more question. So when will we get the results from the kids that took the retest this summer?
The only students who retested are high school students, and I will have to check with our assessment coordinator, but we should have that data fairly soon.
Yeah, it's pretty soon.
If we don't already have it.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just like to know how much they improved from going to the accelerated learning this summer and retesting, if that actually helped them, or how much it actually helped them
That's a good point.
Because, I don't know, are we doing 15-1 or 10-1 over there, or?
I do not know exactly what the high school numbers were and how many students participated, but I can definitely find that all out and have that
Okay.
for you in August.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would just like to know what that is, if they were able to make a better grade.
Absolutely.
That'd be a great summary report of the summer
Sure.
for August. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we will, and we have on our third and fourth grade. We've already see our scores compared to what they were in 2017-18 and then in 18-19, very similar. So it's as the students come up through the grades, we're going to see better performance. And what we're trying to do is look at the students who are achieving, who maybe do not have the gaps, and make sure that they get what they need so that they're not inadvertently held back by teachers trying to support students who are missing skills. Does that make sense? So
Another thing, we can't even get staffed right now. So
yes, that is going to be a huge challenge, but we are already working and planning on how we can mitigate that as much as possible.
You know, the issue that we're all facing right now, and I mean all of us, is you know, for as bad as COVID was with kids missing school and all of that, you know, we kind of call this the tsunami after the earthquake, which is, you know, that teachers across the country are not returning to the classroom, and so there are more spots than there are teachers, and that's what we're all dealing with. So what that means is it's a little bit of a retool. You know, it's not business as usual. We do have to go in, and everything we do has to be so intentional. It's like you were saying, you know, to go in there and to conduct things as we have been in the past. You know, we've got to teach better than we've ever taught before. And our teachers are so resourceful. Our teachers are so hardworking, but we need to make sure that we give them all the tools to do it. But the biggest thing is that we don't get lulled into making excuses for, well, you know, it's just going to be a little slower. Right. Certainly, those things are acknowledged, and we get that. But we have to be pedaling as fast as we can, is what it amounts to. And I'm so impressed with what our staff has been doing already. And this is not going to be an easy year. It's not going to be, and we know that. But you can already see people, you know, digging in and in order to make it happen and having a resolve. We would all like to have things a little bit different, but that's not the world we live in right now. And so we're excited about the beginning of the school year, but we don't have any illusions that this is going to be an easy one either. But what we can't do is simply lull ourselves to sleep by simply saying, well, you know, it's just going to take us a while. We got to get there. So anyway.
Can I ask for one thing when we get that report of the kids who took the accelerated instruction, what their either retest or benchmark, because I know they're going to benchmark in August. Can we also see side by side what those groups, so if we did like middle school or if we did high school, what was the ratio? I want to know like how many kids to one teacher, like what ratio did we have in those different dynamics? Because I know we went back to biology, we were talking about 1 year we only had one teacher, the next year we had two, scores increased. So I'd also like to see what that comparison is as to how many students we had per teacher and then what those scores look like as well, if we can see that somehow.
I can do my best to track down that data. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you. We're going to go to item number 10, presentation of past interventions and reassessments.
So
Ms. Renner?
y'all all know Miss Renner. She's assistant principal at the high school. She's just done a yeoman's job this summer of stepping in and running things, but she's also done a super job this past year as our SEL coordinator, and So she's going to give us our past results.
Okay, so for those of you that are new, we give a survey to all the kids from K to 12. In a nutshell, it's a tool to tell what barriers they have to education, you know, how they feel about school and how they feel about teachers has a lot to do with how they're gonna learn and if they're gonna learn. So if you look at the next page. So this was primary and this was fall. So your yellow is moderate satisfaction, your green is high satisfaction, and your orange is low satisfaction. So in the fall, it was feelings about school and preparedness for learning, which wasn't a surprise. And I predicted that we would see better results in the spring. And of course, next slide.
Quick question about the numbers. Is this total, like 24.4, is that how many kids took the survey, or is that a percentage? So do we have total number, like let's say grade 1 boys, do we have like a total number of how many of that grade took? Like what's the total that took the survey? How many do we have enrolled? Or is it all students took the survey?
All students took the survey. Now, we
Okay.
we had close to 100% in the fall take it. In the spring, because I didn't get it out until May and everybody was busy, we didn't have near the turnout. I think we probably, maybe 85, 90% of the kids took it.
Okay,
So we
but a
still had-
majority. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
so it's
Okay.
still pretty good data.
And
But,
so hold 1 second. So in the elementary or the primary school, or is this something that the teachers are reading to the students and then they're answering?
yes.
Okay.
In your packet, there's like 25 questions or 27 questions that the teacher, we kind of had some questions about whether it's appropriate for primary because they are so young and they don't quite understand. So that's something we've kind of been discussing, whether it's even worth, you know.
So the data's not necessarily genuine.
Right.
But in the spring, we got better, except for preparedness for learning, and even there it was improvement. One thing I want to point out is it's your boys. It's your boys that are scoring, it's your boys. So if you go on to the fall elementary, students scored low in the areas of feelings about school, attitudes to attendance, and response to curriculum demands. That was in the fall. In the spring, we took a little bit of a turn. In the spring, we lost ground in the areas of feelings about school and attitudes to attendance. And again, it's boys. It's boys. And yeah, it's 4th grade. Well, and that could have been just, those kids were tired by the end. They just were. All right, so the next one is middle school. In the fall, the middle school was low in general work ethic, which they're teenagers, duh. And then response to curriculum demands. In the spring, we made gains in the response to curriculum and general work ethic. Unfortunately, feelings about school indicator fell a little bit. And then finally, at the high school, we scored low in feelings about school, imagine that, general work ethic, and attitudes to attendance. So that was the fall. And in the spring, I wish I could say we improved, but we didn't. And we added, we fell in attitudes towards teachers as well. Now, Ms. Gore, you had asked me in the fall, is there any correlation with kids with discipline or attendance? There's not. In fact, some of our kids that are like red across the board were some of our best students, at least in the high school level. I can't speak to the others, but I guess that says something. Okay, so interventions that we can do, I've listed 4 pages. So for anybody, preparedness for learning, we need to encourage teachers to teach learning strategies and then have the kids have opportunities to practice those. We need to stop assessing the grade. I think we kind of talked about that a little bit with Dr. Morgan, and we need to start worrying about the process and closing the gaps. And again, the last one, place a value on the process, how the students have learned versus the outcome, you know, because kids are always worried about the grade, and we need to start focusing on the process and the growth, which goes back to Dr. Morgan. All right, so the next one, general work ethic. Again, I'd be a millionaire if I really knew this for teenagers, but we do need to encourage programs to foster social responsibility. We've got the Key Club and Avid at the high school that do some work in the community, but we also need to have more extracurricular clubs and organizations. These kids need to be a part of something. We all know that they come to school for social and then other. I mean, they really don't come because they just have to come. Yes,
Have
ma'am.
we asked those students what they would like to see? Like, have we gotten their feedback? on anything that they might like to see or might like to head up, or just?
They want, in the high school level, they want stuff. Yes, they all have, we need to go and we need to look at what they're interested in. From what I understand, before I came along, there were clubs and organizations, you know, gaming clubs and everything. And
Yeah.
we lost that with COVID. I mean, we lost teachers. So I really think if we start bringing back some of that, not only are we going to get our kids back, but we're going to get our teachers back.
And so how does parent involvement kind of go with this? Because I have a kid who quite literally does everything, all of the things, all of the time. But how do we get, and I support all of that. I encourage every single thing that she wants to do. I'm her secretary. But how do we get like that parent involvement with some of these and getting our kids running some of these programs? Like, how does all of that kind of work together?
Well, first of all, I think it starts from the top. And I think, at least at the high school level, like, we got, you know, it's the year of rebirth. But I think we also need to have activities that get parents to come see their kids. Whether that be, you know, a music program, or we got to start displaying art or whatever.
Well, I know we had talked about doing like a fish camp. Like, I know, because we have freshman
Yes.
kids coming in, and I know
That's
that's
coming.
huge for us. And we, like, knowing who our class sponsors are, because I know each grade level has class sponsors. Do we have that in the middle school as well? Like, I know in high school we have like a freshman, but do we also scale that down to the middle school where they're playing sports? And do they also have kind of those groups as well, where we start cultivating that early on? Because I know when my daughter was in middle school, I helped with volleyball and basketball, and we kind of started some of that. I'm hoping I'm leaving that to the next group of parents, because that was a really great group. I think we're going to be okay, and we're moving that into high school. But how do we kind of move that down then into the middle school with class sponsors as well? Do we have that?
I think Ms. Buck does an amazing job. They've got so many programs at the middle school level for those
Yes,
kids to
I will agree.
participate in. It falls off in the high school. We've got to do a better job.
Okay.
Well, also, so in the high school, just saying that, because I know that if you speak to a lot of the kids that are here in the school, they'll tell you it's not fun. It's not fun. There's no activities done during like pep rally week, or there's no pep rallies. So school spirit is huge. I mean, and I've talked to a couple of the new people that have even just been hired in, and they're like, yeah, you can already tell it in the kids that they just don't have any they don't have any school spirit.
Which kills me.
100%. I mean, if that brings in where parents can come into pep rallies and help do that stuff, you know, even decorate locker rooms or whatever for anything, that I think that needs to happen. That's in all the schools around us also. So
I hear you volunteering. I do.
I got you.
Oh, I was about to say, you have two right here.
I literally am also a secretary for a 14-year-old boy.
Well, I know our highlight at the high school was the dodgeball tournament in the spring. And I'm just going to tell you, for that week and a half after that, everybody was just energized. The kids were energized. So we need to start doing some more of that. And I think if that stuff picks up, the learning is going to be picking up, because they're going to want to be there.
Yeah, lots of people love Miss Rivas because she got them out in the hallways looking for dead parts.
And there will be fish camp.
Yes.
So we have given the kids interest inventories before. Typically, it's been, for the most part, it's been for classes, you know, things like that they'd be interested in. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts or ideas, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, actually, thank you. Thank you. I'm still learning a few things. No, I was just sitting here, you know, just listening to that. I'm excited about this year. I've been principal a couple of different places, and, you know, the culture, the happiness, the kids wanting to be there is one of the number one biggest things. I mean, we all have to go to work. You know, the kids have to go to school. We don't have to be miserable. You know, it can be fun, and it's when it's fun that you get the most production out of what you're doing at work. When you really enjoy it, and you don't realize you're working, you don't realize that you're, you know, learning something. You know, those are some of the best days in the classrooms, and I think they're some of the best days when you're a kid, and some of the best days in a school. So, that's really one of my goals, to bring back, you know, or to start new. I don't know which one it is, but the kids need opportunities. They need things to do. So I know, was it Miss Box was coming into me earlier today? She was talking to me about pep rallies, and I was like, yeah, talking to her about what I've done before and how I've approached it, and I think we have a meeting next week. So I'm excited to bring some of those back. I've been called a lot of things, but I think you called me a rebirth earlier, and that's a new one.
I am so excited about this coming. I just can't even. It's going to be amazing. So if we go on, attitudes about attendance, we got to start treating parents like partners, but also we need to look at systemic barriers to why kids aren't coming. I can't tell you how many times a kid was working until 2 o'clock in the morning and they couldn't get up, or they were babysitting siblings because, mom had to go to work. So we need to start paying attention to those and see if we can find some workarounds. We need to communicate with parents regularly and engage them in true dialogue. We have to have consistent routines across the district, and I think we do a pretty good job of that, but a parent shouldn't call and get different information from me than they would at the primary or the elementary or the middle school. And then obviously the last one, we keep talking about it, increase opportunities for the kids to get involved. If they're involved in the stuff, they will show up. And then finally, the last, feelings about school. This makes me so sad. First of all, we got to make sure that kids feel safe, and that's going to probably be a little bit of a challenge this year. I know that we've got some things in place that are going to be very different for them, and I think it's going to give them a sense of security. We also need to make sure our schools are inviting, clean. That's a big one for me. I've tried to start overhauling the front office, and we're working on it. Displaying pictures of student work. I know that the younger schools do a great job of that. We don't necessarily at the high school. We need to do that. Provide opportunities. I think you spoke to this for how the school is run. Ask the kids, what do you want? Because I think so often we make decisions for them and we don't ask them what they really want. We need to provide opportunities for parents to get engaged. Guys, I don't know what the trick is, but we've got to get parents up here trusting us, listening to us, and working with us. Create a positive school culture with opportunities for community building. I know a high school that they had a whole week of pep rallies because they were trying to earn money for a kiddo that had cancer, and it was for cancer treatment. And it built a tradition, because now every year they have another project that they're earning money for, and they have that whole week, they call it a sting week, where that's what they're doing. So I think more of that that school spirit. And then finally, this is a big one. Create a positive and collaborative staff culture that is visible to our students. Our students should not know if teachers or staff members are unhappy. They should see everybody smiling, and we're loving to be there, and everything is awesome. And that's it. Any questions?
I think a tough one for us right now would be this one. A lot of people are talking about how we can't even get teachers now, but it seems like every time we turn around, we're creating a new job or a new position, for administrative or something. I think we need to be cautious going forth with doing that right now.
We will have lots of new staff, but that's not a bad thing, because we can train them the way we want them to be. So I'm excited about that. Like I said, this is a year of rebirth for the high school. I'm going to say that over and over. It's exciting.
I think it should be for the district, like when you talk about a year of rebirth, we've on the cusp of coming out of COVID. And so when we talk about these intervention strategies, so in my head, you talk about parent involvement. I have a great group of freshman parents. We communicate often, and I think a lot of times is we just don't know, or we're consistently throwing out ideas. And I know in the past, we talk about fish camp, we kind of had to jump through a couple of hoops, and I think we finally got it on. We have a great group of sponsors, but when we talk about these intervention strategies, how are we then going to break these down? If I take specific parent involvement, right? If we're talking about that intervention strategy, do we then break that apart, or does the high school put out measures? Do you outline, or is that just something that we just want to work towards? And how do we measure some of these?
Well, I think a lot of our campus improvement plans address these, but it's whether we're following through on them. And like I said, we have some growth at the high school. I think that they do a really great job at the primary, elementary, and middle school. We've got some work to do.
At the high school.
So we just started this whole SEL process not long ago, and gathering past data, and then data doesn't mean anything if you don't follow through and follow up on it. And we're looking at big numbers here, but as you go down and you figure out who those individuals are, like for instance, when she said, we've got some of our students who are actually not troublemakers and doing quite well in their grades, and they show up as yellows and reds on here. That's important to know. The reason we started doing PASS in the first place was try to predict and head off those issues. Well, this kid here's never in trouble. This kid here's always at school, whatever. But they've got some things going on that, wow, we didn't know. That's one of the reasons for pass. And it's also to try to head off those, heaven forbid we should ever have somebody who wants to do some damage at our school or something, So that's a predictor of that. But to follow up on each one of those on the campus level, that's where we are at this point, is going in and going, all right, so we took the pass test. Now we're coming in and having those systemic structures to have the success in that. So what I'm interested in is Johnny scored this right here. Where did he score here? And are we seeing his grades improve or his attitude improve? So, yeah. But that's on each one of those campuses.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go to,
No, I'm not being.
Oh.
Go ahead.
All right, no, you're fine. I'm going to go to item number 11, consider approval of suicide prevention plan.
You got it?
Is this, are you presenting?
I'm preventing.
All right.
You should have a copy of our proposed suicide prevention plan, and I'll have to give 100% effort of putting this with Ms. Renner. Just so you're aware, we've had systems in place all along that recognize certain things. We get tips on the tip line. We have Gaggle, which if there's any information in student correspondence, it pulls that out. And there's not anything in this manual that we have not been doing all along. What it does is it streamlines the process, and it also provides backup and support for not only the staff, but for the student and the parents of the student. So I'm gonna go through this real briefly. Over on page 2, talks about the purpose. The number one thing, and it goes kind of like with the past data, the number one thing for us is the identification piece. And so we were putting steps in place and support levels at the campus and the district levels to provide what we need to for those types of students. If you look over on page 3.
Wait a minute, on the staff professional development, is that just a video?
No, well, I'm glad you brought that up. We have pre-training for all of our staff, and suicide prevention is part of that. It's just part of our annual stuff, but we're ramping that up. All the campus principals are going to be doing some intensive training. I know Miss Buck, what is it, Pecan Valley?
Yes.
Pecan Valley is where some of our students go, and they've offered to come out and do a 2.5-hour intensive training. So yes, we've been training, but now we're exponentially changing that.
Before it was just a video, right?
Yeah, just online, above and beyond. If you look at page 3, one of the big things for us is the documentation piece, in that we do a thorough investigation and identification. So we've included several different forms so that we have that process in place. It does not mean that we didn't document what we found previously, but this is going to make it streamlined so that every campus has the same form doing things the same way. And so there will be some packets put together at each campus, so if someone identifies that there's a student that's struggling with these issues, we can bring them in and go through the step-by-step process. And so it's all going to look the same.
When he says it's going to look the same, he means it's going to be consistent and
Yes.
formalized.
Yes, it's going to be a formal process across the board. Down at the bottom, you see suicide risk assessment. It's a research screener that is put out by CDC and the FDA, and so it's going to further improve our ability to identify these situations. Over on page 4, a safety plan. Should a student be identified as having those traits, we're going to put together a safety plan for that student, and there will be a parent safety plan agreement. So that way the communication is not only with the student with having a plan, the parent knows what the plan is going to be.
what I really like about this is this brings back that whole idea of partnership. That communication, this is what we're seeing at school. Parent may or may not say, well, this is what we're seeing at home, and then putting together that plan to address those things.
So who's doing the investigation when this first comes through? Is it going to be like the counselor or the nurse?
The counselors on the campus. They have been the ones that's been handling this up to this point. Yes, the principals will be involved and informed, but based on their training and understanding, they're going to be the first line of defense in starting this process. And then moving down page 4, you see the parent acknowledgement form. It further proof of acknowledgement and that the parent is fully aware that these situations arise. The other part about this plan is it provides tons of resources, websites, agencies, those sorts of things, and it will all be included in this plan. Even over on page 6, it talks about facts and tips, how to recognize this, some of the suicide risk factors, what on page 7, that certain things happen in a student's life and that we have to be fully aware that that could possibly be a trigger for that type of behavior. And so we'll be able to identify that and move forward. And then the rest of these pages are just further information in regards to the behavior and identification and the support for the student.
Do we need to update this because there's a new 3-digit phone number now? It's no longer the 800-273-8255?
Yeah, we'll have it fully updated.
Okay.
And there's also a text number that the kid can actually text and get help if they need to. That should probably be added in there.
And another thing that this brings up is a post-vention plan over on page 10, that, you know, if this is identified and we follow through with it. So we provide the support, even though something severe might not have happened, that we follow through and ensure that that student has the support they need moving forward.
So in other words, it's a student, maybe a student does have to check out for a few days, and maybe they go to a treatment center or something like that. We don't want to just have a situation where it's assumed that that student is now cured. Yeah, cured, well, healed, whatever you want to call it. There needs to be a follow-up when that student comes back to campus.
And then if you'll scroll down to 13, here's just a plethora of information to provide parents should they need the support with that student. Any thoughts, questions, concerns? I mean, this is a requirement for all schools in the state of Texas that they address this. And thanks to the hard work of Ms. Renner, and we met as a administrative staff from the campuses and going through this with a fine-tooth comb, so that we're in complete and total understanding of what we're going to do moving forward should this arise in our district.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody like to make a motion?
Is it a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Got a motion by Tasha. I got a second. Second by Gerald. All in favor? Motion passes. Okay. We're gonna change this up real quick. We're gonna skip to item number 18 while we have this gentleman here. And we'll come back to the others' presentations here. So we're gonna go to item number 18, consider approval for bid for HAVAC replacement. How you doing, sir?
Great, how are you?
So if you guys remember, this is all owing to that hailstorm we had in April of 21. And so anyway, this is addressing not the roofs, but the HVAC Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hopper. My name is Mason Mallard. I'm with EMA Engineering. Like Dr. Hopper said, we had a hail damage assessment that was born from a hailstorm in April of 21. We came in the fall of 21 and did an assessment and assessed the district's HVAC, heating and ventilation, air conditioning systems to go through and see what was damaged from that storm. And out of that, we came up with a list from all 5 campuses, elementary, middle, high school, old primary and primary school, for renovations. Through that, our team developed plans and specifications to be bid out on June 30th, 2022. We had 4 contractors interested in showing up, and today I'm here to recommend that the board approves Lockridge Priest as the contractor for these HVAC replacements. Like I said, we had 4 bids. We chose the lowest bidder with Lockridge Priest. They came in at $3,451,937. The units that you have now, in a nutshell, they have damaged coils. So from that hail damage, and they're no longer in healthy use. So what we went back with was what we call a 1-for-1 approach. So basically taking the old setup that you have and replace it with a new unit. Does anybody have any questions?
Is this covered, is this part of the insurance coverage?
This is insurance, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Insurance. Yes, the insurance paid is paying for this.
All of it.
Well, there is a deductible of $25,000 per campus. Is that right, Ronnie? Yeah. So that's a total of I think $100,000 in it for all 4 campuses. So, but it's $25,000 per campus, and so, yeah, this is the Lockridge Priest bid on that, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And as you see, it has a breakdown of the number of units per campus that had damage to be replaced.
So you can see elementary school, 47 RTUs. And talk just a minute about the new unit that you're putting in there, replacing from the old one.
Yes, sir. The new units, the low bid, and what we've recommended is an Aon manufacturer. They're manufactured in America, in Longview, Texas, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. From a performance standpoint, they're probably the best that you're gonna see, and as far as durability, they're the highest quality unit that you see, as well as ease of maintenance. Maintenance directors and staff love them from a standpoint of serviceability. They have universal parts. They're easy to work on. It's very clear coding, and when you have issues come up in the field, classrooms aren't without heating or cooling for very long.
So you
Automatically upgraded with the new units.
I'm sorry, sir?
The SEER rating.
Yes, sir. 17 SEER.
17.
Upgraded with the new units.
Yes, sir. We recommend and we design around 17 SEER for these units.
So there's one of the concerns I always have is right now in the environment of parts and, replacement parts, you said, keyword, universal.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
we need some parts. We're not gonna be beholden to have to wait for something to come from overseas.
Absolutely. That's been the nightmare with most manufacturers is if something goes down, they've got to put it on order and it could be months. But with this manufacturer, they've proven that all parts are universal, and with service teams in the DFW area, it won't take them long to get out here.
What are we looking at as far as timeline, as far as getting a lot of these units?
It's gonna take a while. You guys aren't gonna get started till once you asked about the timeline for actually getting this done.
Yes, sir. So, for instance, if we order tomorrow, the lead time to manufacture this amount of units is 20 to 24 weeks. That's why we put a construction schedule for summer of 2023. We had initially planned to try to knock some units out in some areas over the Christmas break, but the schedule is too tight and the benefits just not there. And yes, sir.
So the units, the units were damaged by hail, as we said, and it was a little bit confusing to me because that was the whole deal behind the units were damaged, but not the roofs. And so we're pursuing the roofs, and we feel like that's going to be resolved fairly quickly as well. We just came out and did some testing on the roofs. The only reason I bring that up is because the roofs and the RTUs are probably going to take place, the work, right about the same time.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, but that's something that we'll just have to work around.
There'll be coordination. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Brings to mind a question, would we be better off in having the units replaced before a new roof was put on, so that we don't have all that foot traffic and everything on a new roof? Or does it make any difference?
Typically, you'd like to have a roofing contractor and a HVAC contractor working together, so that as they demo the old roof and demo the old units, they can go back with new roof and new units. In this situation, it's going to be the same. It's just going to be the HVAC and roofing contractors working together, just not under one contract, as this was bid separately.
And I think that's basically what Joe was saying. Just go ahead and put in the new units first, and then go in with the roof. Is that what the way you've done that in the past?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, if we could get that knocked out, and a lot of it's going to have to do with just how much time they have to get it done too. It's both are summertime projects.
Yes, sir.
And so, yes, sir.
Well, you might or might not get the new roof, but you're still gonna get the air conditioners.
Correct.
Either way, I mean.
Absolutely. I think there's been a fairly similar lead time to roofing material as well at this point. So with it being approximately a year away, we should be good on lead times.
And if we could space those out by campus, and if you guys stay a campus ahead of them, I mean,
sure.
I'm sure you could do that, can't you?
Absolutely.
I do. So, what is the warranty on these? I mean, so if they get put in, are they going to have like a 5-year warranty? Is it a 1 year? How are they going to be?
That's broken out, and it's not included in this presentation, but I can get that to you. There's a 1 year on labor, and 10 to 15 year on parts of the rooftop unit based on what it is. For example, an aluminum heat exchanger has a 15-year warranty, whereas a controller with Climatech, who is another manufacturer for the control side of it, may have a 3 to 5 year. So just different components depend on the different warranties.
So it'd be 47 at the elementary, 59 units at the high school. We have 6 at the middle school. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at the primary, it looks like 21.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nothing at the 3rd Street.
What'd you say it was at the other one, the 3rd Street facility?
The old primary.
Uh-huh.
That is pre-purchased units to not be installed because of the unknowing of what the purpose of that facility was going to be, from my understanding. So those units are to be purchased and included because they do have hail damage, but they're going to be stored in the maintenance department facility to when you guys decide at what point you guys want to.
You got room for those, Ronnie? Old Blue, maybe? Oh, yeah.
How do we know what we need? We don't know what we're gonna do. So how do we know what we're gonna buy? I mean,
So
what's the
what
strategy for that?
what we designed around was, like I said, going back with what was there, but the difference is you had 4 7.5 ton rooftop units that were cooling only for whatever that space, the purpose of that space was. I think it was a gymnasium that was split, but what we ordered were 4 7.5 ton rooftop units that have heating and cooling capacity. And the only thing that you'll have to do whenever the district decides is to go back and run gas pipe that's already sized for that on the street to those units so that you can have the heating capacity. So whether it be, a competition gym in the future or separate classrooms, you'll have the capacity to have that space heated and cooled.
Where does this 100,000 hit in our budget? That's our deductible.
That would have to be 51.
Yeah, did we already budget for that? Or no? It's in for next year. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions, or?
Will
It's
this include upgraded thermostats or just the actual units themselves?
Let's talk about controls for a minute.
Yep. What we included for this was a disconnect, reconnect from the interior. So we'll go back with the same thermostats and sensors inside the school, but we're replacing the new unit. It's going to get a new controller on each individual unit, and we also have included the alternate for a new global controller at each school. So the one centralized location for the global unit, you're going to be able to see that with updated graphics for the new units, and it's setting you up for the future. Any new unit, say, God forbid, you have another storm come in, the new units that you replace, you're going to be able to see the new controllers on your existing graphic that you'll be getting with Climatech.
So on the insurance part of it, so it's $100,000. Are we gonna also have to pay another $100,000 when we do the roof? So it's gonna be basically $200,000, or is that included for, or is it two claims?
That's a good question, Amber. That's a good question. I've got to go back and look at that before I give you a correct answer.
Okay.
I think it's one time, but I'll look at it and see.
It was all filed at one time.
Should be
Right.
easier.
Right.
So that's all, so we're just budgeting for.
We're just budgeting the deductible, correct. Yeah. Okay, so it's I can't imagine in time where we would ever go in and spend $3 million on RTUs, okay, except for a situation like this. For once, nobody ever has that number of RTUs go out except for a situation like this. So it's highly unusual, but there it is. We get to update a whole lot of our units at one time.
Yeah, and you're getting a very high quality unit, quality service that came out of a poor situation.
And if we can get those roofs replaced, like we said, guys, that's this is millions of dollars that our district doesn't have to spend doing that. So anyway,
Okay.
Anything else?
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right.
Thank you. Well, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, got a motion by Tasha,
I'll second.
got a second by Amber. All in favor? Motion carries. All right. So we're gonna go back to item number, well, let's see here.
12, I think.
12, okay. All right, so we're gonna go to item number 12, presentation of Venus ISD Safe and Supportive School Program Threat Assessment Team. Chief Wood, or is it gonna be?
Somebody holler at Chief back there.
Chief Wood? Borrow him from.
Ronnie, you might have to take his place for a minute, watching the door.
You're up, Ronnie, you're up.
You might take it.
Okay, so what you have here before you is we're changing a little bit from last year on the threat assessment team. Last year we had a threat assessment team assigned to each school. It's just better if we have one district threat assessment team. Now the schools are still going to begin the process, and most threat assessments are going to end in that initial process to begin with, because they can handle the situation and what's going on between the kids or whatever the situation is. If it needs to go further, then they put it in a computer, they assign it to Judy Hargrove, which is going to be the lead on this, and from there she will start the assessment and then get those involved that need to be involved in it. If it needs to go to law enforcement, then it'll come to me. If we need somebody that we have to do other interviews with other peers to see where the threat or where the feeling of the threat is, and we have somebody encompassed in special ed to help with that also. You have to have people that have experience in different levels of expertise within the school district. Counseling, teaching, special ed, law enforcement. You get all those combined, and we each partake in a section of the threat assessment and everything else, and come up with a plan, not only what to do with that student at the moment, but also what to do with that student to integrate them back successfully into the district or into their classes and everything else. And so this is, every year we have to go through it and we have to have it approved by the board and everything else, that we have our threat assessment team and we are doing what we're supposed to do.
Anybody have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Woods. Okay, I'm just going to go to item number 13, presentation of 2022-2023 Employee Handbook and Employee Benefits Package. Oh, Yvonne, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Good evening, President Sutton, Mr. Hopper, members of the board. I stand before you tonight to make a quick presentation to go over our employee handbook, and then we'll also do a high-level overview of our benefits package for our employees. And so you should have been provided the 2022-2023 employee handbook in draft form, of course. And we're going to quickly go through a few pages that have been updated. Of course, page 6, I worked with Ms. Shelley Flores, our new PEAMS coordinator, to get information in regards to the student enrollment data, how that has increased within the last year. On page 7, of course, we have had updates on our board, and so I've updated all of that information there to reflect the new board of trustee member names. Page 8, we have also updated, under the guidance of Ms. Grew, the board meeting schedule, and then Venus administration. Now, of course, because we've had a lot of new individuals that have joined on with us. On page 11, the school directory information still needs to be updated again because we had Mr. Johnson join on with us after this draft was put together, and so we will make sure that we go back through and add Mr. Johnson's name as the principal of Venus High School. Page 20, the 2022-23 pay dates were updated, and then we want to pay brief attention to page 35. We have had a policy update. We have had a policy update to leave for peace officers. And I'll just briefly go over that policy update that we have. The district will now provide mental health days for peace officers that are involved in any type of traumatic event while they're working here in the school district. And so that policy was updated and included in the handbook for this year. And then with the partnership of Ms. Tina, page 59, we have updated the adult lunch prices. She spoke a little bit about that. I think all of those prices increased across the board, even for the adult lunches as well. This employee handbook will be sent out to all of Venus ISD staff the first week of August, and then we will ensure that everybody reads it to the best of their ability, and then they sign up stating that they have received it, and then they are aware of the information that is in the handbook. Any questions in regards to the handbook? Okay.
How long will they have to read and sign up for this?
We will give them until September 15th to do so, so I'll make sure I release it to them that first week of August. Yes, okay, so we're gonna move on to a brief presentation of our benefits update. And I think we have a PowerPoint for you. Again, very high level. So if there's any questions that you guys have that you want me to follow up with, I certainly will do that. The first thing that I want you to notice on this First slide is everything that we do in regards to compensation and benefits is for our employees, and all of these individuals are not individuals that I found on the internet. Those are all new individuals that have joined Venus ISD, and they will be teaching for us or coaching for us in the upcoming year. And so we've made some progress with compensation with some of the decisions that you guys made and approved here recently, and so we want to just kind of go over the benefits as well. So the employer-provided benefits will continue. Employees have medical, dental, vision, flexible spending accounts, health savings, and then, of course, life insurance. And then each employee here at Venus ISD, they also have the option to sign up for voluntary benefits, depending on what the needs are for themselves and for their family as well. You can go to the next slide for me. Upon joining Venus ISD, it's very apparent that Venus ISD tries to do a great job in regards to what they pay for their employees. And so it was interesting to see that Venus ISD pays $350 towards premium. And even though you guys are a small district, that's more than most districts pay towards their employee benefits. So you guys should be commended for that. And then Venus ISD pays, if you come back, yes, pays premium for employee-only coverage for eligible employees for dental. Of course, we have the Employee Assistance Program, and during this climate that we're in right now, we want to make sure that our employees are healthy and whole, both physically, emotionally, mentally, and so it's good that we still offer the Employee Assistance Program, and then it's very important for us to communicate that out to our employees that is available for them. And then life insurance, again, Venus provides $20,000 term life, and then telehealth is also an added benefit because that helps with absenteeism and also promotes flexible scheduling. If I'm able to just call my doctor video and say, I'm fine and I can go to work, that helps us with ensuring that employees don't have to take off of work for appointments. So because we're not having many changes across the state, there's no rate increase for medical insurance, and then those individuals that have decided to sign up for Primary Plus, their premium actually decreased, which is a good thing. A lot of people across the state, we have increased compensation for employees, so it was good that with medical benefits, a lot of them are not seeing any change or any increase in their medical benefits. Open enrollment.
I just had a quick question.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
with what we cover, the $350, if you had an employee only sign up for the TRS Active Care Primary, they're only paying $67 a month for coverage? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's really good.
This was a 3. And then the last thing, if you're an employee of Venus ISD, I know I've received this postcard mailed out to my home. Open enrollment began on July 11th. And so all of our employees now have the opportunity to sign up for their benefits. And the open enrollment closes on August 18th. We will, Ms. Danan and I, try to make sure we're tracking all of the employees to ensure that they are signing up for benefits. And so we'll have a weekly report to kind of see who we may need to just check in with to make sure that everybody is aware. There's a lot going on right now, and even though people receive the postcard or email, they just, it's the last thing on their mind, some of them, and so we want to make sure that we tell them about their benefits and what we have to offer here in Venus.
We'll also have a rep, too.
Yes.
On campuses for them to go and register as well.
Thank you, Ms. Swartz, for reminding us of that. Yes.
With the EAP program, does that cover, I know a lot of EAP programs will cover everybody who lives in your household, even if you don't cover them on the insurance. Does this EAP program do that? Do you know?
That's something to look into, Ms. Gore, because I can see that as an added benefit. I may be good, but then I may have a family member that may need to take advantage of that. So that's something I can look into and then make sure if that is something that's available to the employees, that we communicate that out, because that is something that can be beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
To make sure your whole house is healthy and whole. So yes. So if you have questions.
New hires that come in after the 18th, they're not gonna have to wait a
yes, they'll work with Ms. Denan to ensure that they're able to sign up for benefits. Yes, she'll work with them, and then we have a rep from First Financial that will work with them as well. But we're hoping that we get everybody hired before this time, and we're good to go. But if you have any questions, let me know, and I'll try to answer as many as I can for you. Are we moving on to I think I'm the next one up, or should I?
Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go to item number 14, presentation of ESS substitute and staffing agreement with Venus ISD.
Yes. So this information is in response, I think, Ms. Kirby, the last time we were here at the board meeting, you had some questions in regards to our partnership with ESS. And the concern was really stemming from there are some individuals in our community that may be able to sub for us maybe 2-3 days out of the month, but they may not be able to sub longer than that. And so we met with the ESS staff on June 29th in response to your question, and we worked to ensure that during the onboarding process that hiring requirement was updated, meaning that even if you can only work 2 days, you will be allowed to sub for us if needed. So thank you for bringing that forward. We also were able to get some updates in regards to training. With everything that has been going on in our society nowadays, we want to make sure that subs are prepared and they understand our safety protocols. So I don't want to sub on a Monday, and this is my first time subbing in Venus ISD, and something happens and I don't know what to do. And so what we are doing, Mr. Hopper is working to make sure that we have a staff member from Venus ISD partner with ESS, and we train all of those subs that are going to be subbing for us on our safety and security protocols.
We're actually doing that, I believe it's next Tuesday, the 26th.
Thank you. And then just to give you an update on recruiting subs, even in the summertime, so that if we have teachers that have to be out for whatever reason, we can ensure that we have an adult in the classroom ready to assist during those absences. ESS currently has 37 individuals signed up to sub. Their goal is to try to have 50, and so they're going to partner with us, as I think they have in the past, to come to this backpack bash and also do some recruiting then, so we can try to increase the number of subs that we have on hand to assist us if the need arises. Okay. Any questions you guys have for me?
Do not. Anybody?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to item number 15, presentation of student handbook for 2022-2023. Anybody present on that one? Anybody? Okay. Okay. You got a copy of my.
We start with middle school. Middle school. There you go, Ms. Bud.
There you go.
You're up first. Come on now.
So basically, there were very few changes in the handbook.
Yeah, this year there was very few. So we went through, we always start with the recommended handbook from the state, and then we just go through and it gives you options. If your school's doing this, you choose this option. And so we went through and did that. And then every campus added, like at the end, like my dress code's in there, or the secondary actually dress code is in there. But for the most part, the handbooks should be the same on every campus. Like there may not, the elementary may have deleted high school stuff, but the basis of what's there it will be all the same. And like I said, we start with that model handbook.
So early upgoing, are we gonna be doing a little more enforcing of what's in these handbooks?
Absolutely. We tried to always enforce those things on our campus. So I would say yes. I know you speak for you.
Yeah, we need to.
Well,
I think we need to maybe set an example from the start. We're not playing with some of this stuff all year long.
Right. I mean, when we were talking about it as administrators, I mean, a lot of the conversation is about what is enforceable and what is not enforceable, because that's the last thing you want to do is paint yourself into a corner over that kind of stuff. So, you know, we're all on the same page about what the plan is, and, you know, we're all on the same page about what is enforceable. Now, they may come out with some new fashion trend next week that throws us for a loop. They tend to do that every couple of years, but generally speaking, it's written well, and it's enforceable.
And I would add to that, like, we've had lots of conversation about it, and we are on the same page on the secondary level. You know, our dress code's different, and so they're on their page together, but we are on the same page in what, when we worked on dress code, about what's enforceable, how do we rewrite that, how do we make that. And then Miss Rush is here. She's an art teacher on my campus. She's working on her administrative degree, and so she has even created a visual dress code, and we will have those copied with pictures. Like, this is okay, this is not okay. We'll have those at the back to school bash, and then obviously when school starts for kids too. So I agree with you 100%.
We've had a lot of lack of respect in the past year. I think just going forward, you know, we got to work better at trying to get the respect.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just looking at this, and so.
When they came out with that rule, or the House 45 rules, they didn't give us just a lot of teeth, but they did tie it to attendance. It's considered part of the school day, so it is fileable under truancy if we make it part of their school day that they have to be at those things and they don't come. So basically, it's like same rules that would apply to regular school.
And how do you make it part of their school day? How is that built into their school day?
That is part of the challenge. I mean, this year we have the Bulldog Plus, so it's actually literally in the school day. But if you make it an after-school tutorial, for instance, and, you know, within the example of the law, if you made it an after-school thing and they didn't come to it, that's the way it's phrased. It actually comes from TASB that way. Yes. But it's designed to make it where you can file truancy or make it a discipline thing, give them ISS or other consequences for not going to their assigned thing. You know, you got to be careful, because without that, you know, I'm not coming to Saturday school, and what are you going to do? It's Saturday. They're not at school. So that's what they tried to do with that, was make it a little more.
Can we take a look into that and see where our legality actually lies with that phrasing?
Yeah, I would like that too. Because, I mean, if you go back and read it, it doesn't state that they have to attend, and you can't take away their instruction, and you can't take away their electives to make them do that. You can't do that.
So one of the things that we're going to be doing, and Kirby and I spoke recently, and so one of the things that we're going to be doing is talking to our entire community about this, and making a community presentation along with talking about safety and security. So, but we will be looking in depth into this whole thing.
Go back in and say, okay, this is what it is, but then are we gonna hold this accountable before we find out the legality on it?
So the difference between the handbook and the code of conduct, of course, is that the handbook is we can amend it without ever going to a board meeting. And so if there's anything in the handbook that we look at that and go, wow, we need to adjust that or amend it, that can be done almost, you know, it can be done very quickly. So we do need to get our handbooks out, but if we need to amend something, that's easily done, and we can insert that.
I will say this too, that language was straight from TASB. So we just copied what their language was, so.
And I think that's what everybody's recognizing, is that we all got these mandates from TASB, from TEA. TASB simply translates what TEA says, and so that's where school districts are. And there are parents who look at this and say, well, is that really the case? And so that's what we want to investigate, and so that we get straight answers for everybody.
Right.
I mean, I guess as you say, there has to be a way to hold the kids
can't force them to do stuff. Like, if you do it Bulldog Plus, and if you do Bulldog Plus, it's just like a flex period. So they can go, it's a period, but the other kids who are in the same, so like my daughter doesn't have to go to accelerated instruction, she can go do study hall. Really, that kid could go do study hall and isn't required to do accelerated instruction. So it's one of those where the districts are required to offer it, but if it's a flex period.
Well, like we said, we don't have the time to
Right,
really, because
exactly.
it's almost an entire meeting all to itself. And so we will do that.
Yeah.
But we need to address that.
Okay. Right, so no other questions on that, or I think we need to
No
address some
changes in the
other
handbook.
changes? Okay. All right. So we can go to item number 16, consent agenda. Anybody like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, or is there anything on the consent agenda that you'd like to pull out and discuss separately?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, I got a motion by Tasha, got a second by Gerald. All in favor? Motion passes. Okay, that was at 9:01. All right, on item number 17, consider approval of TASB Risk Fund renewal proposal for the 2022-2023 coverage. Ms. Schwartz, you
Okay, so for 22-23, TASB has sent us 3 different options. You have 2 in front of you. The third option, they didn't do a handout on, but I believe it's option number 2. It says that optional weather perils deductible buy down to up to $100,000 for additional contributions, and the total cost of that would be $342,000. I went and pulled what we are currently paying for 21-22. Obviously, it's the $250,000 deductible, closer to option 1, the $318,000. But the price increase is obviously due to construction materials, labor increases, insured value increases. So it's about a $30,000 increase from what we have this year to what option 1 is. And so when I talked to our TASB rep, I said that I would present both options, all 3 options, and he said if you guys need to look at the policies, kind of digest it, and consider which ones you wanted to go with. That is absolutely up to you. Option number 3 with the $500,000 deductible, it just I don't, obviously you're paying less in premiums, but your deductible is $500,000. So it's huge.
Are there other companies besides TASB that we could go out and get
There used to be
somebody else before TASB.
Claims Administrative Services is I believe the company that we used.
I mean, I think it would be
prior
worthwhile to see what a quote from them would look like.
Okay. This does not have to be approved until, we can hold off until the August board meeting, because coverage would then stop 8/31. So we would need to make a move before then, but I can absolutely reach out to Claims Administrative Services. I know that they were the company that we used. Oh gosh, it's been a long time. Most school districts tend to. 2014, 2015. I believe so. Mm-hmm. So I can absolutely reach out to them and see about getting a quote.
Yeah, but I think it'd be worthwhile just to see.
Sure.
It could be more, who
Mhm.
knows,
But if you're looking for, comparables and, really what we can afford, option 1 would be the closest. So with that same $250,000 deductible.
We just bring back some more options when we come back.
Sure, yes, I can do that.
Okay, I'll second. I mean, do we have to make a motion for that?
No,
Yeah.
no. Oh, okay.
She motioned to table, and I'm just.
Okay, motion by Amber to table, second by Tasha. All in favor? All right, on to, item number 19. Consider approval of purchase of Amplified Foundational Skills Curriculum grades K through second.
Okay, so Amplify is a state-approved provider of curriculum for reading and language arts in English and Spanish. And so what we are wanting to purchase from them is their foundational skills supplemental curriculum. So this is not the core curriculum. This will focus on the foundational skills, which includes oral language, print awareness, phonological awareness, phonetic and spelling knowledge, fluency, vocabulary, and handwriting. And so what Amplify does that our current phonics curriculum does not do is it integrates these skills so that the students are learning concepts and skills in these foundational reading areas together and then reading. Our current curriculum teaches skills in isolation. So they learned a sound and they spend a week learning a sound, and then another week they learn how to spell with that sound. And so it doesn't make sense anymore with how the science of teaching reading is telling us we need to be teaching reading. So everything that we have learned through the Reading Academy and then the professional development that we will be having throughout 22-23 is going to help us use this foundational skills curriculum to teach reading. So, and our goal is that all of our students in kindergarten and first grade are leaving the primary school reading on grade level, and that they finish second grade strong, so that there are no more gaps in reading when they hit third grade. Another thing that Amplify has is the English and the Spanish foundational skills programs, which are current curriculum. We have to have a separate Spanish foundational skills because our English provider does not have the Spanish. So we know that the students are getting a very similar experience.
What is the name of the current curriculum?
Saxon Phonics.
And this would replace that?
Correct.
Okay.
So we would no longer be paying for Saxon Phonics.
That is correct. And we have been paying about $15,000 a year for Saxon renewables for the consumables. And with this, it will be a little bit more. It'll be about $20,000 each year. But there's more materials.
Do we have any grant money or anything?
Yes, so
anywhere?
we plan to use ESSER, ESSER funds. Yes, and this is exactly what ESSER was designed for and given us to use is for instruction.
We're not gonna have like, they're not gonna be delayed. We'll get them like mid-year.
Everything online we'll have immediately.
Okay.
And the state is backing this curriculum, so one would hope that they have materials ready, but.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So-
Well, go ahead.
On here, it says, on the, everything, it says a grand total of 79, 036.94. So is that just gonna be 20,000 per year and then?
No,
it
ma'am.
just
That
breaks it up?
That $79,000 is a one-time price for all of the kits. I'm sorry, I'm losing my words right now. It's the implementation process. So we are buying teacher resources and student resources, and the kits include books, manipulatives, things for the teachers to use in class. So all of those pieces get purchased one time. And then the student kits come with some things that are reusable, and so that gets purchased one time. The consumables would be the workbook type materials that the students will actually use up. That's the $20,000 replacement fee each year.
So we're looking at paying the 79 upfront this year?
Yes, ma'am. And
then-
that's all inclusive for this year.
Okay, and that, we have grants for that part also?
Yes, so our ESSER funds will, yes, we plan to use federal funds.
And so, okay.
And then once our ESSER funds run out, we will use our instructional materials allotment from the state because it is a part of our core curriculum. At least that's the plan.
Yeah, so the years following, we're looking at around 20,000
Yes.
thereafter.
Yes, and we already use a chunk
We-
of that for the similar, this
Well,
type
we're
of
using like
curriculum.
15,000, so. Okay.
Yes.
So it has, we have that increase. Okay, I got you. Okay, well, if anybody has any more questions or like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We got a motion by Tasha,
I'll second, okay.
second by Joe. All in favor? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, turn the page. Going to item number 20, presentation of proposed security upgrades to Venus ISD educational facilities entries.
Okay. So one of the things that we've been talking about is upgrading the vestibules in our buildings. And this would include not only, it's going to be different type of work in each one, but basically what we're talking about is providing 2 levels of entry. There's some of them call it a man trap, where once you get in the first door, you can't get in the second door until there's a higher level of screening, and but also some type of glass that's going to be whether it's bullet resistant or bulletproof. And so what we did was we had Champion come out and take a look and give us an estimate. This came in a lot higher than what we thought it would. But Hollis, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Ultimately, I was able to take these gentlemen around and kind of show the layout as far as what we were trying to incorporate. Like Mr. Hopper said, every campus is a little bit different in its design. Of course, in this office building, there's not a vestibule of any sort. So we've looked at some configurations there. Primary, it has the double vestibule, but it has a walk-through door into the office that's already there. So there would be some alterations there. The best configuration in the district is at the elementary because it's a double ring door, and so there's not a direct access into that office space anyway, as it currently is set up. It would just be some remodel as far as that safety glass, and that's one of the things that we'd have to consider based on the cost effectiveness, because these individuals let me know real quick that it was very pricey to put the bulletproof simply because of the thickness and the availability, and so we might have to look at a couple of other options in that regards for some screens or something of that nature, or bullet resistant type configuration.
So that was just a huge cost in this,
Yes.
was the bullet resistant.
And the part of the issue with that configuration is many of our doors aren't designed to handle that type of glass, so we're talking having to not only add a door vestibule, but have to do some replacement to allow for the thicker glass.
You've only had one group that looked at it?
So far, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
One estimate.
We just wanted to bring back and kind of let you know kind of where we are
Yeah.
so far on this.
And that was just to show the cost projection of what it could be, depending on what our final design looks like.
I will tell you that TEA has made a decision to pay for a lot of the upgrades for safety and security on campuses. It's a fairly broad statement to make. I don't know exactly what they're going to pay for here. I do know that obviously it's a very hot issue, and there's going to be a lot of money spent on this. So I can't come to you with so much of a percent is going to be paid for by TEA. So as is, this is a pretty costly project. All of us know full well that you can't put a price on ultimate safety and security. But anyway, we are going to be bringing some more estimates on this. Wanted you to kind of know where we are on this and that we're following up on it.
Yeah, and the best way to protect our kids, it is through these entrance of our schools.
Correct.
I mean, once they get in, they can do some damage.
Right.
So you better spend your money trying to keep them out.
Exactly right, and and we'll talk when we have our safety meeting. We're going to talk about other measures, to ensure that, to keep people out.
And that's the whole premise behind it, a very stringent screening system, but also ensuring that we have safety protocols in place to keep that from not happening, is keep them out.
And that's the thing to remember about what happened down in Uvalde was it wasn't the protocols that messed up, or it wasn't the they had every box checked. It was the fact that there was a door left open, and then there were classroom doors left unlocked, and they had a whole lot. Had 5 police officers in that district, and nonetheless, those kinds of things happen. And it doesn't matter what kind of system you have here.
I have
So-
a question. Is this just for the vestibules, or are we essentially going to determine all of like the glass doors to be bulletproof? Because I know like the primary has big foyers that are not bulletproof, the outside looking in. So is this just solely for just the
Right now,
vestibules
all of those cost estimates are just for the vestibules and the interior.
Okay.
Because if you think about the primary, there's gonna have to be some construction to remove that door, shore that up, so that the passageway, the second level passageway, is the only access in.
She's talking, down the halls, the windows.
Yeah, like if you're in the cafeteria, like it's
Oh, yeah.
all open. So how we've darkened some of like the door here at the admin, have we added any of that in as to like darkening some of that to where outside you can't see?
We have not addressed that
Okay.
because this was just
These are just vestibules.
yeah,
Okay.
just the vegetables.
That's all this is.
Vegetables.
Vegetables. Okay. Well, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. If we're going to go to item number 21, executive session for 551.074, 551.076 at 9:17. Okay, we're gonna come back from no.
We never
Okay.
stopped that.
We're gonna come back from executive session at 10:54. Okay, so,
We're gonna go to
well, let's see here, let's go to, we do that 23.
Okay.
Let's do 23. Oh, hold on a second, all right.
Okay.
Let's do 29. Okay. 29, consider approval of new position for technology coordinator.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Got a motion by Tasha, second Kirby. All in favor? Motion passes, okay. Okay, so going to 28. Okay. Number 28, consider approval of adjustments to 2022-2023 technology pay scale.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Got a motion by Tasha, a second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion passes. Okay, now, we're going to item number 26, consider approval of matters related to personnel, resignation, employment, position, or contract amendments.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Tasha and a second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion passes. Okay, we'll go ahead and go to item number 27. Consider approval of 2022-2023 stipend list.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I got a motion by Tasha,
Second.
second by Joe. All in favor?
We're moving and going.
All right, so now we're gonna go item number 23. Make sure I didn't, that was the last, yeah. Item number 23, consider approval of the 2022-2023 cybersecurity policy.
Make a motion.
I got a motion by Joe,
I'll second.
second by, I'll give Tasha. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna table, I get a motion to table 2024 for the at the superintendent's request. We're gonna table his for the 30th, July 30th meeting. Is that correct? Okay, so if
I'll make a motion to table.
I got a motion by Tasha,
I'll second.
second by Kirby. So, all right, and then item number 25.
We need to vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor? I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, you're right. Motion carries. Gosh, getting late.
Yeah.
Good. Here, item number 25, we want to table this, is at the request superintendent to the July 30th meeting.
I'll make a motion to table.
Okay.
I'll
good.
second.
All right, got a motion by Tasha and a second by Amber.
Vote.
And then we're going to vote on this one. All in favor? Motion carries. All right. Make sure I didn't miss one in here somewhere. Bouncing around. No, I've done that before. Okay, so we're going to item number 30, reports. And I don't know if there's anything else we want to add outside of what we've already covered tonight.
So, this Saturday is the back to school bash. Y'all come, and it'll be good thing for our kids, good thing for our community. Then we're looking at a date also, like I said, for the we want to talk to our community about safety and security, as well as House Bill 4545 and just some of those kinds of things. Community meeting.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on any reports that you need? If not, we'll go to item number 31, board request additional items for next scheduled board meeting on August 15th. And then we've got the August 29th budget meeting. So if anybody has anything else they want to need more information on or request request for the agenda?
No, just what I asked for earlier on the results, if we have the test results from the STAR testing.
Okay, you,
That's all.
you know what she needs?
Yeah, she was gonna do it, yeah.
She,
I
okay,
think she said she was gonna.
okay. Oh, yeah, Emery. Emery's got,
We've got a meeting with Chief Wood.
Friday.
Over the, or Saturday? Friday?
Safety Committee,
Safety committee meeting on Friday. yes,
Safety Committee on Friday, okay,
For those that are.
right, okay. Okay, and, I think everybody needs to sign that has their training hours. If you could sign yours and leave that for Liz. And, I think that's, I think that's it. Did we have to sign anything on the Lone Star Governance Quarterly Tracker? Did we have to sign?
I think it's in your.
But we all need to sign that, right? That's, okay, so, all right, let me see here. Hold on a second. Where was that at? I saw that somewhere. Okay. All right, so here's what, we're gonna go ahead and, if nothing else, adjourn this meeting at 11 o'clock. And, before you leave, if you come sign this, so we'll be good. Thank you.